operation. This will go on for 90 minutes. We will break for tea, coffee, and then we will have 3 thematic workshops. We will announce where those thematic workshops are going to be, but the first one is on the design of comparable assessments using ICAN-ICAR as a case. The second one is on evidence to action, and the third one is on holistic learning. We will break for lunch, another health break for 10 minutes, and then we will have the event conclusion before lunch. So we will break for lunch at 1, and by then we will have concluded this event. So to start us with our first panel discussion, I would like to invite Dr. Mary Goretti. Please come on the stage and take the charge for this panel discussion. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Dory. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Give me some energy. Good morning. Hope you enjoyed your evening yesterday. It's my great pleasure to be able to facilitate or moderate this morning session, which is really about a very important topic, which kept recurring from yesterday. Almost everyone who spoke on the panel, but also even in the documentary, it came out quite loudly that if we are to achieve our mission or our vision of every child in this region or in the global south and everywhere, if every child is to acquire the foundational skills of literacy and numeracy, there must be strong government commitment, right? There must be strong government commitment or system. There must be also partnership, and the partnership has also been really highlighted from the time we started this journey of generating the data up to now. But partnership alone is not sufficient to lead us to where we want to be. There must be strong government partnership, but the two go hand in hand. So today, the theme for the panel that I'm going to modulate is about translating evidence into actionable government commitments. So government commitment is very, very, very critical. And later on, we shall also interrogate the issue of partnership. And to join me today on the panel, I'm very delighted to invite four distinguished people from various governments that I will introduce shortly, and another one who is one of the representing the funders is going to join online later. No? He's around? Oh, sorry. Okay. So, and as I introduce them, let us give them some love. When they are coming, I'm going to show you how you are going to clap for them. In Uganda, we have almost names for almost everything. Even clapping, we have some types of clapping. So when they are coming, please give them the chwa clap. Chwa was one of the kings of Uganda. So the chwa was like, when they are coming, please give them the chwa clap. It's royal. It's kind of so to join me here on the panel, I'm delighted to invite Mr. Musa Swila. Is he around? Is he around? Or it's a Miss or Musa? Miss. Mr. Swila. Musa Swila. take them. Thank you very much. Mr. Musa Swila is Senior Officer under the National Coordinator for the Pre-Primary and Foundational Learning under the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology in Tanzania. Delighted to have you, Mr. Swila. Okay. And now that clap that you gave is called Muyika in Luganda. Okay. So the next speaker is Niori Keita. Mr. Niori Keita. Thank you. Bonjour. Mr. Niori Keita is Head of Communication and Information for the Support Unit for the Deconcentration and Decentralization of Education in Mali, Government of Mali. Thank you very much. The third one is Shahid Soroya, Dr. Shahid Soroya. Thank you very much. Dr. Shahid Soroya is Director General, Pakistan Institute of Education, Government of Pakistan. And last but not least on the panel is Jesus, or Jesus, here we call it Jesus, right? Jesus, or Jesus. Sorry? I know, Jesus Ophelia Angulo. Yes, there are three names here. You prefer to be called Ophelia? Ophelia, all right. Ophelia Angulo. And Ophelia Angulo is head of the Ministry of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation in Mexico. I think I'll need also headsets. I didn't come with my headsets. Somebody could help me. This is a very multilingual panel, so please have your headsets ready. Bring also for the panelists. Okay. Delighted to be moderating this panel. And once again, my name is Mary Goreti Nakavugo from Uwezo, Uganda, a member of the POWER Network. So yesterday, the findings of the ICAN-ICAR report highlighted quite a number of progresses that we have made in terms of achieving foundational learning, especially literacy and numeracy. We have made quite a lot of progresses, but there are also persistent gaps, as you may have seen. I hope you may have interacted with the report, but also you saw the key findings that were presented. So, if I could, I'm going to ask more or less the same questions. But if you could reflect on what are the wins that you have seen in your governments in the last 2 years, the wins towards advancing foundational literacy and numeracy in your countries. If you could highlight one or two of those ones, but also what is the greatest challenge that you see the findings of the new report that compel you to address in your own countries. If you could just start off with the positives, the wins. And I think I'll start off with on the continent where we are. Let me first go to West Africa, Mali. And as you speak, you could actually speak to the region, but drawing from your own countries. Mike?
Okay. Ça de côté. Okay. Donc, bonjour tout le monde. Je vais me présenter, c'est Nyori Keita. Je travaille au niveau du ministère de l'Éducation nationale dans une cellule appelée la CADT de l'éducation, c'est-à-dire la cellule d'appui à la décentralisation de l'éducation. Et là-bas, je suis le chargé de l'information et de la communication. J'ai vraiment l'insigne honneur de représenter le ministère de l'Éducation nationale ici. Je vous en remercie.
Thank you very much. I also thank the PAL network for this initiative because it is a very good initiative. Thank you very much. So, when it comes to my intervention, there is a number of questions that were asked to us. We're going to try and respond to these questions. So, I'm asking myself, should I repeat the question or can I just go directly to my response? Do I repeat the question or do I just respond directly to the question that was asked? I'm asking myself that. So, if that's the case, I'm going to start by responding. First question that was asked was, what are the gains or the wins from your ministry that you noted from your government? That's a very important question. I would say that our wins during the 2 years that have passed is putting in place the curriculum for foundation learning to improve teaching, and also the fact to spread it to other schools. As someone said yesterday, we are like that country. We teach in French. We are a French-speaking country, so the language of instruction is in French. And you know that our population are not really proficient in this language. So it is also a bigger problem for the children. So children are not able to understand immediately the message in French. So the state thought that it would be better to introduce our national languages, as someone said yesterday, to start the foundational languages using national languages, and then progressively French will be introduced in higher grades, which is going to facilitate understanding. Second question, second part of this question, what is the greatest structural challenge that the ICAN-ICAR data can help you to overcome? That is a very important question as well. As you know, the problem of textbooks is there in the entire country. It is very hard for the country to have these textbooks, the textbooks that are necessary, best textbooks to use it. So Mali is planning between here and 2030 to improve this area. Every student should have a textbook for reading and also for mathematics. That is going to improve the levels of learning within this sphere. That is the project, and that's actually the challenge that we are going to overcome between grasp ICAN-ICAR data. The second part, we think that the report gave us important data from the households. So how are we using this to refine the national strategy to guarantee the attainment goals SDG 4.1.1a. So we agree that the citizen-led assessments from the PAL network is the data that is here that is going to allow us to adjust the national strategy and also strengthen the responsibility of the state. And the level of disparities is going to help us to take decisions to improve the learning and on all levels.
Donc, ces données,
So this data,
donc ça c'est la réponse à la
the
question.
response
On passe
to
à
the
la question 2.
question, and question 2, sorry.
Ces données
This
conduisent-elles?
data,
Oui. OK.
microphone, s'il vous plaît.
Think about the first one or two questions. Can you hear me? Okay. So I think before we proceed to another set of questions, could we just hear from the other contexts what have been the wins, for example, in the last 2 years, and what challenges does the data uncover that the government is hoping to address in the next couple of years? Let me hear from next door, my neighbor Tanzania, Mr. Musa.
Thanks. Good morning. As I've been introduced, I am from the Ministry of Education. I'm national coordinator for pre-primary and foundational learning. And in Tanzania, we are doing foundational learning as a kind of priority. And at first, it mattered a lot in Tanzania because we have tried to institutionalize foundational learning since we have developed the educational sector development program. Among the issues which we prioritize is foundational learning in terms of its implementation and also the issue of priority in financing. So by responding the question concerning about the major wins in Tanzania, we have succeeded or progress towards ensuring that foundational learning is being put into the implementation of educational policy. And this is a policy which is being revised in 2023. And through this policy, we make a light kind of insist and the priority concerning about the implementation of the foundational learning. And also, among the major wins in Tanzania, we have already developed the curriculum for pre-primary and early grade, which insists strictly on foundational learning. And among the issues which we plowed on ourselves currently in this year, we have succeeded to conduct a national assessment for grade 2 level as kind of measuring and ensuring the progress on foundational learning. And this makes the kind of benchmark which we can see on ourselves concerning about how we are going to ensure we eradicate the learning poverty by doing such kind of initiatives. And in that report which have been launched, we think that it some kind going to solve some kind of challenges concerning about the data which needed for ensuring that the evidence-based decision making and ensuring that the instruction is being informed by the data. And so through this report, we are going to looking forward concerning about improving our practices, concerning about ensure the foundational learning in place and eradicate such kind of foundational learning difficulties and the ending learning poverty. Thanks.
Mr. Musa, if you could also speak to what challenges do you see that the data is uncovering for Tanzania that you could prioritize to address in the next 1 or 2 years?
Among the issues which we looking forward concerning about the issue of data is the number of teacher and it's their skills and competences towards solving the issue of foundational learning. And the another issue is concerning about to improve the uneven distribution of teachers, books, and even some kind of rural to urban disparities. Most of the data show that the urban benefit more than the rural, but we looking forward to covering that by ensuring all the necessities which are supposing to be in place are in place through the evidence-based from the data. Thanks.
Thank you very, very much. It's obvious, like the interventions that have been made in Tanzania, I think they're kind of evident also in the results that we saw yesterday. So congratulations. Yeah. So let's now move to another continent. I would like to move to you, Dr. Shahid Soroya, responding to the same questions. What wins or gains are you seeing that have been undertaken in the last 2 years in your government or in your country, and then the challenges that have been highlighted by the data?
So thank you very much, and let me congratulate the PAL network and Bando, your all team members across world. When coming from the Pakistan side, it's very important that the kind of work Bela and Asar did there in Pakistan. In Pakistan, we used to have the NAT, we call it the National Achievement Test, which was conducted for the grade 4 and grade 8. But for the foundational learning work, Asar was the only source. And that's being highlighted from the citizen-led survey that these are the challenges. And if you see the results which were presented yesterday, the ICAN results, so the ICAN results clearly share the same kinds of trends. If you see the kids, the one very important challenge we have there, that the kids, 26 million kids are out of school. But at the same time, Pakistan is facing another very, very important, and I believe that the kids who are in school, if they are not learning, that is more important for all of us. So that's the challenge is obvious. The data shows the challenge for Pakistan. It's not, working well over there. But at the same time, there are very important steps being taken in last 2 to 3 years. Pakistan is lucky to have that kind of movement there in Pakistan, like starting from the South-South partnership, taking the higher ups, decision makers there, and involving them in the decision making, and the data being supported by the data over there. The one thing which we did over there, we established the Pakistan Foundational Learning Hub in Pakistan. And moving forward, in last 2 years, now we have the foundational learning policies at federation level, at national level, and in the provinces, and the implementation is there as well. The first time at national level, Pakistan is going to have the foundational learning study. And that would also bring the evidences how well our kids are performing. I mean, of course, the challenge is there, but it would be continued in future, and we can see the progress, we can track the progress as well. So I think as far as Pakistan is concerned, we do have very important, very positive steps being taken in Pakistan regarding the foundation learning, supported by the kind of work Asad has done, the data which is being, and the results being shared here yesterday. But at the same time, the policies work over there, the implementation has been started, the hub is working over there, and I'm representing the Pakistan Institute of Education, which is the national body for the assessment, and we are moving towards the national assessment for the foundation learning. So I think this is the kind of seriousness the government has shown in Pakistan, not only at national level, being the country where we have the big provinces over there. The provincial governments, they have also shown the interest, and the policies are being approved by the cabinet in the respective governments. So these are some very important steps being taken, and I believe in the past many years, these 2 years remained very important for the foundation learning, understanding the importance of the foundation learning and the practical steps being taken over there. You're talking about the challenges. The data has shown the challenges. The numeracy is not working. The kids can't comprehend properly. But we have to work on it's a challenge with the curriculum, the challenge with the textbooks, the challenge with the language. So these are, I think, are the common issues which we can discuss across the board. So the kids who are not learning, are struggling, I think these are the issues which we have seen in Pakistan. We are going to have the in-depth analysis. We have recommended government for the review of the curriculum and the textbooks writing. We have recommended that we should go and revisit the language of instruction. If we being the multi-ethnic and multilingual society, Pakistan, we need to see that how and where the language would work, and the evidences are there. And the next cycle, when we are going for the national level foundational learning study, we are adding the side surveys. So trying to gather the data about the peer group, about their parents, their language, their, the learning environment as well. So that's, I think, and Pakistan, in the developing countries, stunting is another issue. So there are multiple challenges over there. The data has shown and clarified that our kids are struggling in learning, and the challenges we are facing across the board are primarily with the curriculum side, primarily with the teacher training and the teacher content knowledge gap over there, and primarily when you see with the language of instruction. So these are the challenges which we need to work in future, as well as when you go with the foundational learning movement. Thank you.
Dr. Shahid, so there are quite a number of challenges that you've identified. Like, what would be like the single most one that you, just very quickly, like,
So
the one that you want to address
I think
now,
for the
away.
kids who
Yeah.
are at that stage and struggling, I think we can't say that this is the only one area which we can improve and we can see the results. That would improve and you can see the results, but not at that level. The two major things which we observed over there, and this is and with the evidences, I think the curriculum and attached with the textbook writing, and the second one is language of instruction. So these two, I think we can, if we can skip the others, like based on these two, you can connect with the good teachers. If you want to prepare and develop the pedagogical skills in the teachers, you need to correct the things in the curriculum. You need to see things that what language of instruction could be for the students in order to have the proper delivery of the content by the teacher. I think these two are fundamental.
Thank you very much. Curriculum, language, you remember even language, right from yesterday's panel, it came out as an issue, so thank you very much. We can now fly over to another continent, to Mexico. Ophelia.
Yes.
What are those key wins in Mexico, and then the challenge that you see can be addressed right now as informed by the data?
Thank you, Ms. Nakabugo. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and share our experience in Mexico. First of all, I want to congratulate the network, the PALS network, for getting us here today and yesterday. I also want to thank Mia, Annabelle, and Tanya, and everybody here from the Mexican team for giving me the opportunity to be here. You know, education is my life. This is what I've been doing ever since I was born. Learning is my dopamine. As long as I'm learning something new, I'm alive. And so this ICAN and ICAR thing that I just learned from coming to this meeting has made my trip worthwhile. All the effort, 24 hours flight and all that. It is worth it, and I thank everyone here for sharing that vision of the importance of education. And if I need to share the wins for the last 2 years, the first thing I need to say is that as we all saw yesterday from the results, from the findings, from the ICAN and ICAR results, 83% of children in Mexico got the foundational learnings. And that's something to be proud of. As a matter of fact, I was not sure about those results. I asked Annabelle, are you sure you have a representative sample? And she told me, we tested 25 states out of 32 states that we have in the country. And we really did. So somehow she convinced me that 8% of the 24 million children that we have in Mexico in basic education was a good number, a representative number. So 83% of children, of Mexican children, having achieved the foundational learnings in numeracy and readings makes me feel proud. But also, as Annabelle said yesterday, that 17% that was left behind needs our attention, that needs to be our next goal. So in terms of the topic that we are sharing here in this forum, those are the wins, Mary. However, I have other wins that I would like to share with you that we have had for the last 2 years. That's the length of time that you mentioned. And those wins are that for the first time in Mexico, we have a woman as president. And that is really something. Having a woman as the first president for the last 200 years is quite an achievement, and I feel very proud about it. Thank you so much. And another thing, she's a scientist, and she cares a lot about education. She really does. When she was in campaign and she was asked, what would you like to be remembered as? And she said, as the president of education. Woo! Yes, she wants to be remembered as the president of education. And let me tell you what basis, what evidence do we have now that she really is concerned about education. When she was the mayor of Mexico City, she implemented something really outrageous, very ambitious. In Mexico City, we have 1.2 million children in public schools. It's a very large city. We have 20 million inhabitants in that city. And she gave a scholarship to every single child in Mexico City that goes to a public school. And so the program is called My First Scholarship. And I ask you now, when was your first scholarship? When did you get your first scholarship? Of course, I didn't get it when I was in elementary school, but children in Mexico City got it from before elementary school. And she got it all the way through high school. So ever since a child puts a foot in a school, he gets a scholarship all the way through high school. So education in Mexico City is a right. It's not a privilege. It is a human right, and that's the way she sees it. So every child gets an stipend every month. What does he use the money for? To eat better. And every pedagogue knows that when a child is well nourished, what will happen with learnings? He will learn better. So we believe that public policy made an impact in the results we had now in this ICAN and ICAR results, and I feel very proud of it. And another program that she put in place when she was the mayor of Mexico City is a program called The School is Ours. The school is ours, and that means our students, our teachers, our parents, our neighbors, all the society. The school is ours. And what that means is that schools get a budget to get the basic maintenance. So when you go to school and you are well nourished and you have a good facility, a nice facility to study, what the result of that would be? What was that? Better learnings. Of course, better learnings. And one more thing that I need to say about that. It is constitutional. Even if a political party might come in the future, this policy won't change. It will remain because it is in the Constitution. And that's great news, in my opinion. Nobody can change that in the future. And now that she is the president, these two programs are national. 24 million children can get the same benefit of those two programs. So we are very proud of what President Sheinbaum has done in the past and in the present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ophelia. Really wonderful progress that's been made in Mexico. And somehow you can also see the results, and congratulations. So if you could just speak for a minute or so, what challenge do you see is still outstanding that has been uncovered by the data? If you want to make also the other 17% children to learn, what is that one challenge, just one, that you think is...
Just one challenge. Yeah. We have to get teachers' commitment and parents' commitment. I think the foundation for better learning is there. We just need to have the whole community committed to learning. So, and that means more committed teachers and more committed parents. And with the programs, I think we will bring them to that commitment. But you said just one challenge, but I think that 17% is a real challenge because in Mexico is a very large country, it's a multicultural country, it's a multilingual country. We speak 68 different languages, and we need to preserve those 60 languages. It's not a Spanish country only. It's a 68 languages, and we need to work on those languages to keep them, not to lose them. That's a big challenge also.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So even with all the progresses that have been made, there are still issues around teacher commitment, parent commitment, but also the language issue is coming up. So thank you very much. As we have heard, I think for all the 4 jurisdictions or countries, a lot of government commitment has been made. But there's always room for improvement, right? So if you look into your countries, like the national strategies around education, including those relating to foundational learning, and when you look at the data that has been uncovered from this citizen-led assessment, which is also household-based, what refinements do you see that government needs to do, especially those strategies relating to foundational learning, and here we are talking about SDG 4.1, 4.11, that by the end of at least primary 2 or primary 3, all children, including the 17 in Mexico, but in some countries we are talking about 90% of them, that they are actually learning. So what refinements in strategy do you see that the findings of the report are compelling the government to undertake? I'll start with you, Mali.
D'accord. Voilà, je vous remercie infiniment. Bien, les stratégies que le gouvernement malien a eues il s'agit de la scolarisation des enfants à besoins spécifiques spéciaux et la scolarisation des enfants hors école. C'est bien ça? Donc, au Mali, il y a un certain nombre de moyens que le gouvernement a mis en œuvre pour prendre en compte tous les enfants. D'abord, il s'agit de favoriser et de rendre possible l'ouverture d'écoles d'éducation, d'insertion des enfants en situation de handicap. Ce travail est vraiment étendu. Au pays, ça existe presque dans toutes les grandes villes. Vous avez une école qu'on appelle Amaldem, qui prend en compte les enfants handicapés physiques et mentaux. Il y a une école aussi qu'on appelle l'école des jeunes aveugles du Mali, qui scolarise surtout les enfants qui ont des problèmes visuels. Donc, ça se passe très bien. Amadou et Mariam, que vous connaissez, sont sortis de cette école. Donc, c'est une école qui est très bien. Il y a un type d'école aussi qu'on appelle la passerelle. C'est-à-dire, il s'agit de récupérer les enfants qui ont quitté le circuit ou qui n'ont pas été scolarisés. De 9 à 13 ans, on leur réinsère encore dans l'école, on leur fait subir une formation accélérée et puis ils intègrent le circuit normal. Ça, c'est ce qu'on appelle les passerelles. Et il y a aussi beaucoup d'écoles de ce genre. Il y a un type d'école aussi qu'on appelle les CED et les CEI. Les CED, c'est les centres d'éducation pour le développement. Et les CEI, c'est les centres d'éducation pour l'intégration. Et ce dernier cas, c'est surtout au niveau des frontières. Il y a une école comme ça au niveau de la frontière entre le Mali et le Burkina. Ça récupère les enfants de 9 à 15 ans qui sont peut-être dans la rue, qui ont abandonné ou qui n'ont pas été scolarisés. On les forme, on leur donne un certain niveau intellectuel, puis on les forme aux métiers. Les métiers de maçonnerie, de plomberie, de peinture, d'électricité, ainsi de suite. Et après, ils sont lancés dans la vie active. Il y a aussi une école qu'on appelle, un type d'école, on va dire, les écoles mobiles. Ces écoles-là sont au niveau des pêcheurs ou des éleveurs qui ne sont pas stables, qui bougent. Donc, chaque fois que les parents bougent, l'école, les enseignants bougent avec les parents et ils vont enseigner les enfants là où les pêcheurs ou les éleveurs sont. Donc, on appelle ça les écoles mobiles, les EMOB. Donc, voilà à peu près un peu la réponse que j'ai trouvée par rapport aux stratégies pour insérer tous les enfants maliens au niveau de l'école. Je vous remercie.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very important.
Merci.
The refinements around ensuring that children with disabilities or those in vulnerable places are actually included. So thank you very much. I'll come to my brother here, Mr. Musa, for Tanzania. Yes, a lot has been done actually in Tanzania, as you indicated, in terms of institutionalizing FLN. You are even, I think you said you've done an assessment, grade 2 assessment. So a lot of changes have been made. So what other refinements in the strategy around SDG 4.11A or foundational learning are still needed in Tanzania? But you could also speak around the issue that Mali has spoken about, the issue of including children with disabilities, those in disadvantaged communities, because the data spoke a lot about them also.
Okay, thanks. Among the issues which we think we need to looking forward in Tanzania, implementation on ending learning poverty and improving foundational learning, is to improve the so-called the joint effort between the government and public and private sectors in order to improve the foundational learning through institutionalization, which is being inputted from our policy. that our policy is very new and it is being among the initial stage of implementation. So we are emphasizing that the private sector need to join our effort concerning about the ending learning poverty. Previous time we have such kind of effort which are not in terms of nationwide implementation, but from now on we need to come together as a team for ensuring that foundational learning at the national level should be addressed well and enough. And another issue is concerning about the increased teachers' capacity into different pedagogical skills and strategies, also to address the gap which exists in rural and urban disparities, and through this, due to ensuring that the presence of resources, material, and in-service teacher training should be in place. And in the response of the concerning about the issue of the children with disabilities and marginalized group, we have such kind of strategies, and we need to improve our strategies concerning about ensuring the inclusion for those disadvantaged and marginalized children in different settings, for ensuring that we increase the workforce on different angle, and ensuring the presence of enabling environment like supportive infrastructures, materials, and all others which will facilitate learning to occur to those disadvantaged and disability children in Tanzania. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I'll move to Pakistan. Pakistan is a very strong case to show the government commitment on foundational learning, but what are the refinements in the strategy do you still think can be done?
It is a devolved subject. It's a federation, it's a devolved subject, so all the provinces, they are coming together, developing the huge endowment fund, which now we'll call the out-of-school challenge fund, to bring back those kids who are vulnerable in the society and they're not going to school, so they would be brought back to school. And the second very important step, which is related to the minor disability. We were not collecting data through the annual school census on the minor disabilities. So we added last year the Washington group of questions. So highlighted, it's the kids who are having the disability, we have the separate policies, strategies, schools, implementation plans over there. But at the same time, with the minor disability, we were not having the data, the true data set. That's the kids with the dyslexia, with the hearing issue, with the other minor issues. So, what could be the strategies for them? They are struggling in school, or somehow they are being dropped out. So we didn't have that kind of data set. So the last report, which we published a couple of months back, we first time included the kids, it's the census across all schools, and then we captured the data, and now we are developing, because you need to develop the strategies, teacher training programs, curriculum accordingly. So that's a huge step, I guess, across Pakistan we did. We recently, in last year, and in fact, we finalized bringing all the stakeholders and the provinces together and develop the National Education Policy Framework. And the key point there, starting point, is that every child is important. And the second point, which we actually try to develop the policy around, is early years are important. So these two very important areas being included, and all the further policy and the implementation process go around that. So if early years are important, we need to take care of those years, and all the the challenges which we just discussed across the panel and rightly indicated the areas, will be covering that. And the one important step, I think, where we are heading is the public-private partnership. So where the government is lacking the resources or the access issues or sometime the other technical issues. So we are, and it's happening at large scale in Punjab, which is the biggest province. It's happening in the other provinces as well. The public-private partnership, they're bringing the private sector on board, getting help with the skilled kind of teams. So the kids who could be brought back, because we do have the government schools, but the kids are not coming. So taking care of those with the teacher capacity programs, provision of the teachers at the ground level, at the far-flung areas, in the rural areas, and that's helping. So that's, I think, coming back to because for the Pakistan, when you say the 26 million kids are out of school, it's a huge, it's not only the out of school, of course they are away from the learning as well, and that's a kind of liability would be producing in future for the country. So that's the key. The National Action Plan is being developed. The Out of School Challenge Fund is in progress. So there's a huge movement for that, as well as, and we are linking the learning as well with that challenge fund. It's not only that you need to bring back kids to school, but they should be learning as well. So I think given the challenges we have, we talked about the language and the curriculum and the other issues, but at the same time, there is a very positive movement in Pakistan. We are very much serious about the early years now. We are serious about the foundational learning now. We are taking steps, and we have started investing. So this is important, that the commitment is coming from not only at federal level, but from the provincial levels, that the governments are now, the development budget has been increased in the recent budget at provincial level as well as at the federal level, and those are the positive signs. But the challenge is huge. It's not very small when you see the learning, when you see the number over there. But at the same time, in last 2-3 years, the kind of commitment which not only federal, I'm representing the Pakistan at federal, but at the same time the provincial sides, they have also shown very clear commitments. So those are the positive news, I think. So taking it further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think huge interventions are being planned actually, but also the issue of looking at data, because normally with children who are vulnerable, those with disability, for most contexts, data is also missing. So congratulations to Pakistan. So Mexico, so yes, a lot of, with the new president who is wanting to be called the president of education, I think a lot of progress has been made, changes of policy and the constitution itself. But what other refinements are you still seeing that are needed to ensure that all children are learning these skills? But also you could speak to the issue of the children out of school, those with disability, what interventions or partnerships can be made. But is it even an issue in Mexico? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I think that what we have done in the past has proven efficiency. So we have MIA. So MIA is an independent learning measurements, in Spanish, medición independiente de aprendizaje. That's what it means, MIA. I think that has proven to be a good methodology to overcome the problems, the challenges that we have. In my opinion, what Pulse Network has done is a very good example what countries ought to be doing. And we take that example. The educational challenges that we face, think about it. What would be our lives if we didn't know how to read? What would be our lives if we didn't know how to count? The 2 children that came up yesterday and said, oh, what are the advantages of reading, being able to read and being able to count? And it really struck me when the girl said, I can make my own schedule. She said something so simple. So she's a child and she's thinking about having a schedule, her own schedule. And so the reason she gave to tell us about the importance of reading and counting are examples of what it means for people to be able to read, and no one deserves to be left behind. And to set goals, as you mentioned yesterday, not even a child. Until, what did you say, Armando? Until the last child lands, then that's our goal. And that needs to be the goal of every country. And we believe that if we collaborate within each country, not only teachers, pedagogues, but also psychologists. Mental health is very important. Sociologists, to understand the behavior, the different cultural behaviors. Scientists, interdisciplinary approaches, and interinstitutional approaches is very, very important. We all set for the same goal. We want every child to be part of school, not one single child left behind. So when we set goals of that level, and we establish the methodology, as I mentioned, MIA, but each country has its own methodology and strategy to accomplish that goal. And last but not least, if we truly believe that we can accomplish that, we will. We will sooner than later. So, set up goals, establish the methodology, and believe in that methodology to accomplish what you have set as a goal in your country. And we have certainly many challenges in Mexico, many challenges, but I think we are in the right path. And I really believe we are in the right path. We have now a new syllabus, a new model, elementary school model. It has been put on place for the last 6 years, and it has many criticism, but nothing is perfect, right? All the methods are can be perfectioned. So we will continue working on that model, but we believe in that model because it gets the parents' commitment, the community commitment, and the teachers' commitment. So, as I said previously, we need to get them more involved in children's education. And that model gives us the opportunity to do that with community projects, with projects that are relevant to students. For instance, in Mexico, we had a shortage, and I think a lot of countries in Africa also, in the world, have had problems with water. And in Mexico City, the earthquakes, it can happen every day, any day. So children are aware of that situation in Mexico. And when we talk to them and turn to them what the solutions would be for those problems, for water problems, for earthquakes problems, for environmental problems, they start to think in the solutions. And very often they give very good solutions to the problems. So, by encouraging them to think of those solutions, we inspire them to study science. And when science comes into place, then they get encouraged to continue, not to drop their education, but to continue their studies for higher education and graduate studies. So to end, I think this is our last intervention, right?
Not really.
Yeah.
Not really. So let's first hear from the audience, actually. A few questions from the audience. I think I'll stand. This thing is covering me, this one. Eh? Sorry? You can't hear me? You can't hear me? Or you can see me? Okay. Okay. So, yeah, this is the time to engage with the audience. I think we've had very inspiring stories from the different countries. I think the government commitment in most of the countries is unquestionable, really. But also the challenges that still are outstanding, they are there. They are there. As we run towards the end of the current SDGs, those challenges are there. How we are coping with them, the issues around children out of school, issues around disability, including every child. So we have only time for 3 questions, very, very brief ones. And I'm going to be very balanced. 1 question from this side, 1 from the middle, and 1 question from the end. I'll start from that very end. There's 1 hand which is already up. Please say your name and your country, and if you could address the question to a particular person, but even genuine ones are allowed. I need a pen. Can I borrow your pen? I got. We started from there. Oh, the mic is not working? Okay. And I've been asked by the interpreters that I rarely speak direct to a mic, but you need to speak very close to your mic.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Veronica from the Ministry of Child Welfare and Basic Education in Botswana. I appreciate the insights that has been shared. I'm just anxious on how do you deal with the gap between policy formulation and implementation? Because in my country, we do have smart policies, but getting action is an issue. Thank you.
Okay, so the question around the gap between policy and implementation, a very huge gap everywhere. So in the middle, I think I saw Baila's hand first.
So this is Baila Jamil from Pakistan, Asar and ITA. It's a question to anybody who wants to answer from the panel. 3 points very important, and I'm just trying to get it out of my system so that at least it lands with you and maybe we'll have the way forward. So on the one hand, I know the focus on foundational learning is absolutely pivotal to everything that's happening. And of course, the title of the panel also, how to keep that in focus. But more and more, the conversations are getting bigger on the spectrum of foundational learning, starting from early years, and we had 1 comment on early years, and up to lower primary or upper primary, and then, of course, moving forward, because in our data sets, we see even children who are even in Pakistan at age 16 who've missed out are still missing on foundational learning, even in their grade 10. So one is how to keep that as a moving spectrum, showing us like a lighthouse, a pathway, but so that we keep growing and it doesn't become a static space. I worry, I mean, I have nightmares like you. I mean, it's in my adrenaline, but I also have this worry. We don't want to get stuck as we did get in the 70s and the 80s on primary education, and it's a learning gap if it doesn't happen. How we are not held hostage to something that is static.
Very
I
good.
don't know whether
Yeah.
I
We
say
don't
my
want to get
things
stuck.
well, but I'm
Definitely.
just worried.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about that.
Yeah.
And of course,
Thanks.
it has links to higher education, teacher preparation, both pre-service and in-service as well.
Thank you. How do we not
Sir.
get stuck? Thank you very much. I think I said I'm going to take 3 questions if time allows. I saw the first hand here. Yeah. Please introduce yourself and yeah.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Maurits Spoelder, and I'm here on behalf of Education Cannot Wait, a global fund for education emergencies under the UN system.
What's your name?
Maurits. Morris. Yeah. Thank you very much for the 4 panelists so far. I have 2 questions, particularly to Mr. Soroya and to Mr. Keita. Mr. Soroya, you spoke about the interesting development of the Pakistan Foundational Hub, and you spoke about some steps that are being taken in Pakistan that are driving education reform in relation to foundational learning. Could you maybe elaborate a bit more in detail what these steps were and what actions were particularly taken, and how the ICAN and ICAR reports or the work of PAL has influenced that, and more about how did that process happen from evidence to action? And then my second question to Mr. Keita, but also to Mr. Soroya, is around crisis-affected populations. And in particularly how displaced populations affected by conflict, climate-induced disasters, or political change are included in the assessments. Or how do you respond to these learners in your particular setting? Particularly in Mali, we all know the situation around the whole Sahel is grappling with. How do you include those learners? And are they included in the citizen-led assessments? The same for Afghan refugees in Pakistan, or climate-induced disasters because of the reoccurring floods. How are they included? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Thank you. So I'll give each of you 1.5 minutes to respond to the questions, but also give your closing statement. So, Mr. Musa, you didn't have an exact question, but you could respond to, maybe there was one addressed to you, but there was a general one on the gap between policy and implementation, a very huge challenge everywhere. How have you navigated it in Tanzania?
Okay, thanks for the question from Botswana. And I do appreciate that question. It will make sense concerning about our implementation. As we African bloc, we have such kind of challenge. So from Tanzania perspective and what we have tried to do, it is concerning about the gap which we plan, and when we try to implement some kind of challenges happen. But in Tanzania, we try and we have established they call the strategy for implementation. In that strategies which we are implementing, it highlights the key issues, priorities, resource mobilization, and the implementers and the time frame. So through that kind of strategies, we ensure that every act should be aligned its implementation concerning about what is being planned from our policies. And through this, we tried a little to ensure that the gaps to be minimal in any kind. And we face such kind of implementation gap due to some kind of resource mobilization, and some kind we plan what we don't have, and sometimes we need to find some kind of resources in order to implement what is being planned. So through this strategic implementation, we ensure that at least we reach the goal which is being intended. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And maybe your closing statement, just a sentence. What could be the
Okay.
takeaway? Yeah.
From Tanzania side, we still remain committed concerning about ensuring the learning foundation to be in a state of eradicate all learning poverty at any cost which we are ensuring that every child should learn. And through this, we encourage and we welcome partners to work with us concerning about eradicating the learning poverty, and we welcome all, and we do appreciate those initiatives that have been done, and what we are here today is among the issues which we are working, and we welcome all to Tanzania, and thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Musa. Thank you, and congratulations to your government for committing to foundational learning. Thank you. So the other question, I think it was also quite general from Bela, the one on how do we keep the pace so that we actually don't get stuck. There's that temptation, and I think we can see also it demonstrated in some of the countries that they have got stagnated completely. So we don't want to be here talking about foundational learning. It's very, very important, but people should know why we are actually advancing it. It's not just for the sake of it. But anyway, let me ask, maybe Mari, do you want to respond to that? Although you had a question that was addressed to you, yes.
Tout à fait.
Go ahead.
Ok, merci. Bien, donc, je vais essayer de répondre un peu à deux questions. La toute première, c'est que les politiques sont très bien élaborées, mais que leur mise en œuvre, c'est une autre chose. C'est tout à fait vrai. On élabore effectivement de très bonnes politiques, mais quand il faut les mettre en œuvre, moi je crois qu'il s'agit d'un problème de moyens. On élabore les politiques et on fait les budgets. Maintenant, quand il faut les mettre en œuvre, il y a un problème de finances qui se pose. Donc, c'est ce qui fait que les politiques, la mise en œuvre, souvent ne sont pas tout à fait réussies. À mon avis, c'est une question de moyens, vraiment. Quant à mon collègue du Fonds mondial, qui dit que comment nous prenons en compte les enfants, on va dire par exemple les enfants déplacés. Comme vous le savez, le Mali vit un moment difficile, une crise politico-sécuritaire qui a fait que beaucoup de nos populations se sont déplacées dans les pays voisins. Et effectivement, partout où se trouvent les camps de réfugiés maliens, le Mali, bien sûr en collaboration avec le pays d'accueil, a ouvert des écoles du fondamental, du primaire jusqu'au lycée. Dans ces écoles-là, on va faire, et chaque fois qu'il y a les dates, les examens, chaque fois que les examens doivent avoir lieu, il y a le ministère de l'Éducation nationale qui envoie une équipe dans chaque que ce soit en Mauritanie ou au Burkina, partout où il y a les réfugiés. Même à l'intérieur du Mali, il y a des déplacés, il y a des camps de déplacés. Et partout où il y a des camps, nous avons fait en sorte qu'il y ait des écoles, du primaire jusqu'au secondaire. Et les cours se passent très bien. Et les examens se passent très bien dans ces camps. Donc, vraiment, on fait de notre mieux par rapport à ce point. Vraiment, voilà ce que je pourrais dire par rapport aux deux questions. Merci. Merci.
Thank you very much for responding to that. And perhaps the strategies that are being implemented for the displaced could probably also work for the children who are out of school, who are studying in other difficult environments.
Yes.
So, thank you. Any closing statement from you?
Yes.
Closing statement?
Bien sûr. OK. Merci beaucoup pour cette question. C'est très important. Comme on l'a dit tout à l'heure, nous sommes en train de vivre un moment critique, mais petit à petit, on va circonscrire à ces difficultés. Donc, notre souhait, ce serait peut-être de faire en sorte que on puisse réussir nos politiques. Tout ce que nous avons envisagé, de réaliser, qu'on puisse vraiment venir en aide du Mali pour que ces politiques puissent réussir. C'est très important parce que ça y va pour toute la sous-région. Comme vous le savez, la crise a commencé d'abord au Mali et ça s'est étendu à d'autres pays. Donc il est bon qu'on puisse faire en sorte que la crise sécuritaire, politico-sécuritaire ne puisse pas s'étendre pour que vraiment les populations puissent sauver, les enfants puissent être sauvés. Vraiment, je vous remercie infiniment. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Mr. Kate. Thank you. Now, Dr. Soroya, there's a specific question that was addressed to you. The intervention you talked about, what exactly was done, how has that been influenced by the ICAN-ICAR report? How could it be influenced by the ICAN-ICAR report? If you could just respond to your specific question and then your closing statement.
So there was a Morris question as well, so if I could address that as well.
Oh yeah, sure.
So I mean, I should not miss. It's very important, Morris, that when you see with the political instability, when you see a country with the environmental challenges, the floods are coming over there and hitting the schools. Like in 2022, 20,000 schools were damaged. Thousands and thousands kids were, out of school. And this year, we just, because this is our responsibility, so we just gathered the data for the recent floods and rains. And thousands, again, schools are damaged, partially or fully. And when you see this stunting issue at the same time, affecting the learning and the out of school at the same time, the kids are in the labor side being involved over there. At the same time, which one thing which we missed also while discussing is the population growth rate with 2.54%, and the kind of we can accommodate with the current resources 1.7% kids every year coming into the system. So there's a gap, natural gap over there. So I'm linking to the other question as well, which you raised, that the implementation of the foundational learning. So what we have started, the one clear answer is the political will. If we have the political will, it is the answer of your question, madam, as well, that coming from we have policies, too many policies in Pakistan at the same time, and you were mentioning in your country. If there is a political will, we can, allocate resources. We can make the resources that they should be, and prepare ourselves for the efficient use of resources. And at the same time, those resources should be, implemented in a way that those would be well placed where they are needed over there. So that's the theoretical answer. And at the same time, practically we have the implementation side. The reading hours are being implemented over there. The clear-cut policies are being developed. One of the implementation was part of that we should have the assessment. So there would be the national assessment as well as the formative and the summative assessments are being introduced. So we should track the learning of our kids at federal level, and this is being would be implemented in provinces very soon, hopefully. The school meal program, this is very successful in Islamabad. We initiated there. More than 50% schools, the kids are, they are having the lunch within the school. There's a properly hygiene food is being provided over there. So these are few, would be the part of the implementation side. So coming from ICAN side, the challenge is, as I said earlier, is clear. That more than around 40% to 50% kids, we are good in math sides, numeracy sides we're lacking in the other side. But at the same time, the challenge is huge. So the policy which we have already included the data, try to bring the evidence-based policies, and the next implementation is in progress. But the clarity is there. If the kids are not learning, there are challenges over there. And this is my last statement, as well as that's not a statement, that's the ask and request to the PAL network, that we all have we have some best practices. When you say the one area where we can work together is the language. there are so many countries having the same issues, the multi-ethnic, multilingual societies. If we can together have that kind of very good study, let's bringing all these countries or adding something as a kind of further study to work on the language side, language of material and language of instruction. So we should come up with this. So these are the challenges which we indicated, and this with the evidences over there. So what about the solutions? So let's talk about the solutions. Let's bring solutions on the table. So the government should take that, and then start implementing that. So those evidences would help the governments. I'm not talking about that we should, but this is my idea. We should start working on the language side, and across these countries where we have implemented the ICAN-ICAR. But I mean, this could be we should go for the solutions as well. We should provide these solutions to the governments. So these are the best practices. So these are the possible, solutions which you can implement in and moving forward, adding in your policies, at the same time move for the implementation side. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So we should move into solutions, best practice, and so on. So thank you very much, Dr. Soroya. Lastly, Ophelia.
Yes.
In a statement or two, if you could respond to
Just
one
a
of the
statement?
questions, and then
Just a statement?
No.
Okay.
If you could respond to one of the questions, maybe the one on policy and
Very
implementation
quickly.
gap.
Very quickly.
And then
Yeah.
your closing statement.
The issue of the population and the implementation. That was a very good question, because having a 24 million children at elementary school is not an easy thing in 32 states of the country. But what we have done is each state takes responsibility of the implementation. And the largest state is Mexico City, and we have done it already. So the policies have worked there, and if we always say that Mexico City is a place to test public policies, and if it works there, it works everywhere. So because every other state in Mexico is smaller than Mexico City, so if we are able to do it there, we can do it anywhere. And since the state is responsible for implementation, then it'll go okay. And the issue, the second question regarding how to expand, those foundational learnings to make a broader, a much larger impact. I think that Pulse Network has given us the answer to that: collaboration. And I agree with Pakistan in regards of, having all those good practices and putting the solutions on the table for the countries to apply them. I think it's very good. But also collaboration within other fields, not only among those that are in charge of education, but other fields. It's also important. When Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum established the Ministry of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation in just one place, the thing she said was, if science, that is knowledge, can help us improve the quality of education, we have given, what did we say when we when we landed in the moon? A big step to. So you know what I'm talking about. That's what she said. If we get science, help us, sciences, all other disciplines, interdisciplinary, help us improve the quality of education, we will make a big step forward. That's what she said, and I truly believe in that. And the statement, the last statement, establish ambitious goals, go for it, and believe in it.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I think, yeah, thank you. I think also the last one on, the second last one on the interdisciplinarity and having all the other fields involved. I think the challenge that we are tackling is too big to be tackled by education alone. All other fields and specialists are actually also needed to support. So thank you very, very much. I'll thank you, I'll ask the audience to thank you later. But for now, let us transition into another keynote. This was a panel, but we have a keynote address, which is going to complement and supplement and really bring together the discussion that we've been having. Please stay in your seat. You can stay in your seat. But let me take the pleasure now to invite Anders Holm to speak. He is the CEO of the Hempel Foundation. And as you may have known already, the Hempel Foundation is committed to advancing foundational learning around the world and ensuring that every child has the chance to read, write, and count with confidence. The skills that we are talking about under the foundational learning scheme. The Hempel Foundation has been a proud partner of the POWER Network, working together to expand access to reliable, inclusive learning data and advocacy. We thank you very much. Their partnership reflects a shared belief that evidence, collaboration, and local leadership are essential for accelerating progress towards foundational skills for all children. Please join me to welcome the CEO for Hempel Foundation, Mr. Anders Holm.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for that introduction. And yeah, as you know, I'm in Copenhagen. It's early, it's dark, it's cold, and the coffee machine at the office is not working. So for so many reasons, I would have loved to be with you today, but I'm glad and honored to offer this closing reflection to the Evidence for Action Forum online. I've heard from Rosa, who is with you, that you had a lot of exciting discussions full of shared learning. So I'm looking forward to catch up on that. And thank you also for this opportunity for me to reflect on why data remains central to the global effort to strengthen foundational learning. Around the world, governments are increasingly prioritizing foundational learning. There truly is momentum to ensure that every child learns to read, write, and do basic math. Yet, millions of children are still left without these essential skills. Tackling this challenge requires not only commitment, it requires the right investments based on data. Data provides a yardstick, you could say, a clear way to understand where children are, where gains are occurring, and where gaps remain. At the Hempel Foundation, we believe that learning assessments are indispensable for system transformation, and we are committed to support data and evidence generation as an avenue to end the learning crisis. Last month, at the beginning of the IDEA Triennial in Accra, the 2025 Foundational Learning Action Tracker was launched. One of its striking insights was that 3 out of 10 data to strengthen teaching and learning in classrooms. So I think these findings highlight both the urgency and the opportunity before us. They remind us that we need more countries to do assessments, but they also remind us that the value of data lies not only in its collection, but in its use. And for us, the PAL network and its members fill a critical evidence gap in many countries. The absence of timely, reliable, national representative learning data. And at the Hempel Foundation, we see the report as highly valuable because it offers exactly the kind of evidence we believe can drive meaningful and lasting system change. Let me highlight 3 reasons why this report matters deeply to us. First of all, it measures the learning of all children, not only those reached by the school system. The assessment is delivered in households, ensuring inclusion of children who are in school, children who are out of school, overage, or never enrolled. And this aligns with a core value: every child's learning counts, especially those left behind. The second reason, global comparable benchmark grounded in international standards. Through global minimum proficiency levels and rigorous item linking, the assessment shows where countries stand on foundation learning in a way that is internationally comparable. This clarity is essential for informing the types of reforms and investments that can generally improve systems and to learn from each other. And the third reason is it reveals learning inequalities that must be addressed. The report disaggregates results by rural, urban status, gender, parental education, home language, textbooks, access, technology, and other key indicators. These findings point to where inequalities begin and thereby provide a map of where more attention and resources are needed. Oh. Sorry. And the next crucial step is to measure it again. Sorry. And the next crucial step is to measure it again. Repeated assessments are essential for knowing whether reforms work and whether inequalities are narrowing, and where more attention is needed. That is why we think that the repeated ICAN-ICAR assessment is crucial. It will turn a one-time snapshot into a trend, enabling continuous learning and improvement. So what next, you can say? For the Hempel Foundation, we are also asking ourselves this question. And my answer to this is, we will continue to focus our philanthropy on promoting data for decision-making and supporting governments and partners who strive to build robust, evidence-driven education systems. As we conclude, allow me to express our deep appreciation to the organizers, to the PAL network and its members, and to all government and technical partners who contribute to this agenda. If we move forward with the ambitions, evidence, and partnership, then the next ICAN-ICAR report will not only measure children's learning, it will also measure our collective determination and progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And as for the very enriching remarks and reflections, very inspiring, but also for the continued commitment to support evidence generation and use. I think you rightly put it that the problem that we are tackling, or the challenge, requires a lot of investment and commitment, but it also requires the right data, because you can't address something that you don't know. You must know what the problem is for you to address it. So we thank you very, very much. And now it's my pleasure to conclude this session, which has touched two very important issues: the issue of government or policy or system commitment, and then the issue of partnership. Both are very, very, very critical. Very, very, very critical. So I think when we look at the data that was produced and what the evidence that we have had here, a lot of commitments have been done by governments of the different jurisdictions here. We've had institutionalization of foundational learning, Pakistan, Mexico, Tanzania. I think the issue of developing the curriculum for foundational learning in Mali. They're all very, very, very good efforts. And what we have seen is that where governments have intentionally committed to foundational learning, but also early years, one of the other things that has come up really is the commitment to early years, preschool. I was looking at the data, well, I just did a very quick search on the countries that seem to be doing pretty well in this report. I looked at, for example, Mexico. I looked at Pakistan is one of them. I looked at Bangladesh. But also Tanzania and East Africa is kind of actually improving, and Kenya. But one of the common denominator there is their commitment to ECD, or pre-primary education, actually. They've done quite a lot of investment in that, and commitment somehow compared to the countries in the bottom. So government commitment both to early and foundational learning is very, very crucial, but also the institutionalization, the political will. So it's very, very critical. But we have also heard that there's still challenges that are cutting across. The issue of language is an issue. The issue of textbooks, the issue of investing in teachers, teacher capacity, but also teacher quantity, the distribution. There are quite a number of areas where schools are struggling with large classes and so on. But also we have had issues around what could be done to ensure that no child is left behind, including those in displaced areas, conflict areas, children with disability, children who are out of school. They can be reached, not necessarily in the formal schooling, but also outside the formal schooling environment. So I feel that it has been a very enriching atmosphere, a very enriching panel, and also remarks. And I think one other takeaway is the issue of continued data generation. One might say that we have done this assessment in 2020, we did it in 2025. Why do we need more assessments? Why do we need more data? No, learning is not static. We need to keep checking. Good data is very, very important, generated by independent assessors like us, but also governments generating and using data. So with that, allow me to thank our panelists and our keynote speaker, Mr. Anders, the one who gave the closing reflections. Please give them the Muika clap. Give them the Muika clap. Very, 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 very good. You are very good learners. Thank you very much. And when they're going back, give them the chua clap. Give them the chua clap. Continue clapping until we finish the photos.
As they take a group photo, a huge round of applause for our moderator, Dr. Mary Goretti, as well. And again, as the group photo comes up, I would also like to just introduce the workshops that are coming up right after the tea break and a little bit of logistics. So as you see in your programs, workshops 1, 2, and 3. So workshop 1 will be here. This room will be broken into 2 like yesterday. Workshop 2 is going to be in that room, and workshop 3 is going to be up the stairs in Umba. So 1 here, 2 in the room that will be divided, and 3 upstairs. So you can choose which room you would like to go to. And since we've taken a little bit extra time for this panel discussion, I'd like the tea break to be reduced to 15 minutes, please. If we can reduce it to 15 minutes, and everybody back in 15 minutes to their respective workshops. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. And we can break for tea now. Thank you, everyone. See you in 15 minutes. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hola, Tanya. Hello. Okay, so looking at the numbers, I would want to request everybody if you can come closer and maybe we can fit ourselves on 2 tables. This is a very scattered room right now. So if we can bring ourselves closer and sit on these front 2-3 tables, that would be very, very nice. Lino, my friend, you're here. I'm very happy to see you. That table, please, with Boaz. Okay, and I just want to know if there are, so I know there are Spanish speakers here. We have Annabelle. Hola. Please sit. Yeah. We have Lino here, so we do have the Portuguese interpreter. Do we have any French speak? Ah, Sokhna. Bonjour. Could you please come up here so we can just sit closer? Okay, very nice. So on each of these 2 tables, we have a few colleagues who have been part of the common assessment for the past 5 years. We have Sudipto here, Zachary, we have Lino, and here we have Annabelle, and we have Boaz, and Sokhna, right? So they will provide the critical support throughout this to make sure that when we are running very, very fast, we are also taking a few breaks in the middle to talk about the context of what we are doing, right? And what you will end up taking away from this is primarily the background, the deep dive into how the common assessments were created for numeracy and reading. What are the key factors that you need to consider when you are thinking about adapting international assessments like these ones? And what practical steps do you need to take in terms of thinking about implementation? I'm happy to see our table from Mali, Adama and Brahima. Thank you so much. Yeah, and just confirming that we have all 3 language interpreters here. So I can see French, Spanish, and Portuguese. So we are all good, right? Okay, Annabelle, we good? Okay. All right. What happened to my presentation? David. Ah, it came back. Okay. No, this disappeared. Can we make sure that this is working? It was working a minute ago, but it's not working anymore. Technology, please work. Okay, great. Now we will be needing our devices for this, and I see pen and paper as well, which I really appreciate. But there is a lot of content for this, and we couldn't print all of that. And most of this content is freely available, which you can get from other sources. But if you just scan this QR code from your devices, or if you type the URL that is underneath, if you're using a laptop, you would be taken to a folder where you will see 4 4 documents. If you could download them, because we will be referencing them throughout, and there is a small group activity where we will be using the some of the documents that are here. Jorge and Manisha, if you could come to me for a minute. Okay, so you can raise your hands if you have downloaded the materials, if we have them on our devices now. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so I see most of us have downloaded the material. If you could distribute the mics on each, put one on each table. There are 2 here. And since now we are a smaller group, and I have introduced our colleagues from different countries.
The methodology that was used to implement, to design the common, the commonality among 15 countries. So it's not an easy thing, to do, and that's one of the main characteristic of the program, to be able to gather all the 15 countries' perspective in just one methodology of assessment.
Hi everyone, my name is Nancy Gikandi. I'm representing Dignitas. Same as her, that was my expectation, but also to learn how, or the steps to take to actually adopt the assessment, if we'd like to use them in our work. We have used them My Village, as you guys were trying to test them also. And yeah, it's good to check off some things if we've been using them the right way. Yeah.
Bom dia. Eu fiz parte do processo da implementação do ICAN. Neste momento, se calhar, é importante saber qual é a ponte da ferramenta que implementamos e a ligação que tem diretamente com os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Este elemento acho que me interessa melhor saber. Obrigado.
Hello, my name is Jafar. I'm from Asr, Pakistan. My question, the thing that I'm interested in is what criteria or process was actually used to try to contextualize the assessment for each specific country? Because just out of curiosity, so in Pakistan, I mean, I'm wondering if many village children, for instance, would know what a bank is. So that might seem like a common sense question to ask in the reading, but I don't know if, I just wanted to know more about how that process worked.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zachary Kwena from Usawa Agenda here in Kenya. I guess my interest would be knowing how to go about standardizing assessments, especially from different countries and different grades. For example, grade 2 and some countries in grade 3. How do you standardize?
My question. I'm interested in all of the answers that Usman will give. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Deborah Atemo Anyika, representing Youth Initiative Kenya. What I would like to know more is what criteria that is being used to do the data collection and the assessment.
Good morning. My name is Daudi Siwalaze from Uwezo, Tanzania. My interest would be analyzing the data to a lower level. I understand that the regions and the districts would like to see the findings of the data they have collected. So that would be my interest. Thanks.
Oh, bonjour, je suis Karibabi Mega du Mali. Je suis membre du conseil d'administration de PAL et j'ai été invité par OMAS. Je voudrais comprendre quelle est l'utilisation finale qu'on fera de ces résultats. Est-ce qu'il y a une collaboration effective avec les gouvernements ou les institutions qui utilisent les données pour faire avancer la politique éducative? Merci.
Good morning. My name is Jedida Lutere from the Teacher Trade Union. And mine will be on the criteria used in the development of the assessment and for it to be applicable in all these countries, as well as how to adopt the tool and also on data analysis that is both at the national level, at the global level, and at the local level. Yeah.
Bonjour tout le monde. Moi, c'est Abba Mohamed du Mali, représentant du gouvernement. Et je voulais savoir quel est l'outil d'analyse et de traitement des données que vous avez collectées lors de l'enquête et de l'évaluation pour pouvoir faire ressortir ces informations. Parce que dans l'évaluation, après l'enquête, il y a le traitement des données et l'analyse des données. Ce que vous nous avez montré dans les rapports est l'analyse des données. Donc je voulais savoir quel est l'outil qui a été utilisé pour faire ces analyses. Je vous remercie.
Spanish. Buenos días, mi nombre es Priscila de Colombia, Suramérica. Bueno, y estoy interesada también, bueno, como miembro de la organización, estamos interesados en implementar estas evaluaciones a gran escala próximamente. Entonces, sí, conocer un poco más frente a los propósitos de la evaluación, específicamente desde el análisis y también un poco cuáles son como esos resultados que se obtuvieron en los diferentes países. Gracias.
Hola, Anabel Velázquez de México, Mía México. Bueno, yo también participé en toda esta recolección de datos, pero me interesa un proceso específico que, bueno, los países socios ya no lo realizamos directamente, que fue el análisis de los ítems, para que a partir de eso se pudieran tener los ítems finales. Hicimos una serie de pilotos y demás, pero me parece importante esta parte porque en realidad para nosotros fue una caja negra, ¿no? Para los socios implementadores, ¿cómo se hizo este proceso? Estoy interesada en ello. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Fatma. I'm here to learn how the tools are developed and validated today.
Hi everyone, I'm Nancy Wangari from the Speaks Foundation, and similar to a few others here, I'm really interested in the data analysis and interpretation part. How are you able to standardize the results and different questions across the regions? Yeah, thank you.
My name is Boaz. I want to confirm the answers, but also learn the magic behind doing the assessment in a month and releasing the report in a month.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Selina Mutie from Usawa Agenda. I think most of the questions or other concerns from colleagues I've mentioned. But I have three key things that I would like to know or to learn. Of course, the methodology of the assessment, how adaptable it is in different regions, for example, if you want to adopt it. And also the standardization of grade level. For example, if countries have assessing grade 4 or grade 3, how better can we, or rather how best, or the way to sort of standardize or harmonize, so for comparability. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Moi, c'est Ndeye Sokhna Cissé de l'équipe du Sénégal. Également, j'ai participé à la mise en œuvre de ICAN-ICAR au Sénégal. Et la question que j'avais, c'est également par rapport à la méthode d'analyse qui a été utilisée pour l'exploitation et l'analyse des données, surtout en termes d'analyse approfondie, en termes de comparaison entre les pays, mais également en termes de désagrégation, notamment si on sait que plusieurs pays ont utilisé plusieurs langues d'évaluation, comme c'est le cas au Sénégal où nous avons utilisé 6 langues d'évaluation. Donc, comment
we had 6 languages for the assessment. So how are you going to analyze, deep analyze this information, sorry, this data, and also disaggregate this data? And the second question is the dissemination of the results. We have a very huge study that was done in all the regions in Senegal. If I take the case of Senegal, that is, so how are we going to disseminate, coming from collection of data to the dissemination of results within the different contexts? Thank you.
Hi, hello. I am Jenny Xie. I'm from the National Foundation for Educational Research. I'm interested particularly in the comparative element and whether at the instrument design stage you have had any particular difficulties on the comparative side across the countries or languages that you have included, and also on the SDG 4 alignment part and the global proficiency framework alignment part. Be really keen to hear your experience on it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dominic Okula. I work for Education Sub-Saharan Africa. My interest is to understand how you ensure the quality of the results you get now that you use volunteers across different countries. How do you ensure that the work that they do, that they ensure that the quality and that the results that you get are up to standard, that you're able to compare? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much and good morning. So my name is Cosmas Agatuya. I work with the International Rescue Committee, IRC. I had 2 curious ones. One is I'm a curious learner because I wasn't part of this process, so I'm keen to learn what has been done so far. 2 is I will have a particular eye for inclusion of learners on the margins, and these include the IDPs, the refugees, and all those on the peripheries of our society. And thirdly is how comparable are these 2 tools with the existing tools like the EGMA, EGRA that have been used before.
Hi, good morning. My name is Beth. I work at the International Parliamentary Network for Education. So, I mean, I won't repeat what some people have said on the comparability piece. I'm interested also in the non-negotiable parts that in the tool that you had to make them comparable, and if you had that, which I think you probably did. But obviously, the nature of my work, working with parliamentarians, We work globally, so we've got 120 members of parliament in Africa and then another 300 globally. So I'm specifically interested in the country level data and how I can use that in my work as an advocacy tool with members of parliament.
Hello. Yes. Okay, great. So what I've heard is two sets of interests. The first set is around understanding the method, the commonalities, the GPF alignment with grades 2, 3, and the contextualization of it, the comparability aspects, and the SDG 411A, right? And that is what today's workshop is all about. So that's what, so yesterday we very briefly touched on what the tools are, but today is the deep dive that will talk about these things. The other set of interests that I've gathered, and I think that's a series of webinars. It's not going to be covered in this 90 minutes that we have today, but on the data collection, cleaning, analysis aspect, the disaggregation of the data and how do you use it, how do you use the national data apart from this global report that is there, the psychometrics black box that Annabelle talked about, that how do we go from item writing and making sure those items are indeed measuring what we are trying to measure, and the dissemination of results, the quality of data collection, the use of citizen volunteers. So those are like 3 webinars, each 90 minutes, which we will schedule next year. So just want to make sure that we understand today is going to be about the design, the comparability aspect, the SDG 4 alignment, and what do you need to think about when we, so we have this in 18 languages already across the 11 countries, but what do we need to do if we want to add a new language, if we want to add a new context? So that's what today is going to be focused. Right? Yes. So apart from scheduling very specific thematic webinars next year, I'm always available to pick a call or respond to an email. So you can reach out if you have burning questions that you need answered within this year. And by this year, I mean in the next 2 weeks. Yeah, because then the year is ending, and then I'll be back on the desk next year, which is the 2nd week of January. So we'll be back on track with answering all the rest of the questions in some thematic webinars. Okay, so getting on with the workshop, and I think this has stopped working again. Okay. Oh, okay. Back. So for those of you who were wondering a little bit more about PAL Network and the objectives of this, just to very briefly reiterate what we have been saying since yesterday, this is a South-South network of 15 countries, 17 organizations in 15 countries, and the aim is to improve foundational literacy and numeracy, right? And we do that through the data that we provide as an evidence of where we are and the intervention programs that some of our partners run in their countries to improve the learning outcomes of children, right? And we do that primarily through empowering local actors. We call them citizen volunteers, but in the assessment stage, those are many. We only highlighted the enumerators who go to the field to collect the data, but there are a lot of citizen volunteers involved in this throughout the design and the implementation process, and throughout the intervention process as well, where the local actors get involved in how do they help children from their community to improve their learning. And today's focus is going to be the international common assessments of numeracy and reading, which we'll talk about a little bit more. And the approach is simple. We want cost-efficient, paper-based, suitable for diverse low resource environments where we can scale this up and use them. And just to briefly, the 2025 cycle, we went to 12 countries, reached close to 3,000 communities, 6,000 households, and we assessed over 90,000 children in these countries where we collected the data at national scale. So some of the key considerations that I was talking about where we will be focusing today is when you're designing assessments that you want comparable across languages, across context, across countries, across continents. So first thing you need to look at is the Global Proficiency Framework. My apologies, I just wrote GPF. The mind works that way. But GPF is Global Proficiency Framework. And this is a framework that was agreed through the UN bodies and all the participating countries that at each grade level, grades 1 to grade 9, what is it that a child should be able to do by the time they complete that grade? And if you've already downloaded the resources, you will see 2 GPF files. One is dedicated to reading, and other is dedicated to numeracy. So there are 2 paid PDF Global Proficiency Framework of Reading and Maths, which basically looks at grades 1 to 9, what abilities should we measure at the end of that grade to see if the child has attained that grade level proficiency, right? And those are then described as minimum proficiency levels, the MPLs that you see on the screen. And yeah, so at grade 1, what is it that the child should do to meet the minimum proficiency, then at grade 2, at grade 3, at 4, et cetera, right? So that's number 1. Number 2 is there's a whole criteria for reporting on SDG 411A, which measure children's ability to read and do basic math at the end of grade 2. And that criteria document, we will very briefly talk about it in a few slides, that looks at 7 steps involved into the life cycle of assessment, from development to dissemination and long-term sustainability of that assessment. And that criteria outlines for each of that step, what is it that the assessment should meet to be able to report for SDG 411A. And that criteria is the 3rd PDF in the documents that you've downloaded. So just read UIS criteria for reporting, right? But that whole document covers the life cycle of assessment, and in each cycle, what are the quality of the items, the quality of the validity, the analysis, the benchmarking, what do you need to measure in each of those stages to be able to report against SDG 411A, very specifically. And the third thing that you really need to focus is the contextual relevance. So the GPF and the UIS criteria, it was created globally with local actors involved, but still what we could say collectively that at the end of grade 2, this is what the child is supposed to be able to do in reading and math to make sure that they have achieved minimum proficiency. But what does that look like for your context? The contextual relevance of the minimum proficiency is equally important when you are creating the assessments, such as ICAN-ICAR. Okay, Ketan walk Dr. through. So you will go through the GPF document in your time. There's a small activity coming up, but just to very briefly state, what does it mean to achieve minimum proficiency levels at grade 2 for reading and math? I would like to invite my very capable friend and colleague, Ketan, who's been working with us to make sure that we get this right. So Ketan will just take us through the minimum proficiency at grade 2 level for reading and math and what does that mean for ICAN-ICAR?
This is not the okay, so if you see the criteria document, which is in the folder that we shared with you, I think it's the first criteria that looks into the content coverage of the assessment, right? So the question is about the validity, the construct validity of the instrument. What do we put on our assessment that we say we are measuring foundational literacy and foundational numeracy as defined in Global Proficiency Framework? So this criteria document, if you see, you can open it. It's the first point, people who have access to it and have computers. So the first point explains that in the criteria, it says that there should be reading of grade level text, which is simple. And there's accuracy and fluency of that grade level text. And then with that text, there are questions that children should be able to answer. So they should be able to understand the text. And the question type, the type of comprehension questions is locating, retrieving, and interpreting information from that text. So reading of the text, a grade level text, and comprehension of that text with the kind of questions that they have described in the criteria document. And then most of the questions that the minimum proficiency level focuses is on the direct retrieval type of questions, where the information is explicitly stated in the text. So it's a very directly stated information. You have to read the question, match that information in the text, and answer the question. So the criteria does not require you to go at the interpret level, actually. And we will talk about that when we talk about also the cut point. So there are two things that we need to understand here when we're talking about SDG alignment. The first part is, for the instrument to be aligned to SDG, there are a bigger criteria. They want more things to be on your assessment for it to have the construct validity. And it is described what they want. And this is what we are sharing on this slide, is what the criteria says your assessment needs to have for it to be aligned to SDG. But the minimum proficiency level cut point that we were showing, that all the data that you see in the report, percentage of children who are able to meet minimum proficiency, that cut point is based on a slightly narrow criteria. And we will also come to that when we come to the definition of minimum proficiency level cut points. But what we are sharing here is the broader framework that SDG says that your tool should be based on, right? So in this one, what they say, there should be grade level text and comprehension questions, locate, retrieve, and interpret type. But when we come to the MPL definition, we will tell you out of these where exactly we put the cut point. And that is also aligned to what SDG requires programs to do. Right. So now on the math side, the criteria says your assessment tool, if it needs to align to SDG, should cover things like whole numbers up to 100, add, subtract, multiply, divide whole numbers, compare and order quantities, simple worded problems. And the first 4 bullet points are on numbers. But beyond numbers, the criteria also says that you need to have questions on shapes, which is geometry, patterns, data displays, and there's also measurement, which we have not mentioned, but the criteria says. So bulk of your instrument should be based on number tasks, but you should also have questions on shapes, measurement, data, and patterns. That's what the criteria says. But actually, the MPL is only based on the number items. So when we are...
Take the pause and take those questions. But yeah, and feel free to stop us, right? But I would like to, yeah. So now we've looked at what the assessment should have, what is it that we are trying to measure, and what should it cover, right? We also need to look at it through the SDG 411A, right? It changed? David, it's not working. If you can just go to next slide, please. Yes, it's okay. If you can just go to next slide, please. Yes, it's okay. So SDG 411A, which has been the purpose of our existence, And why does it matter? So it basically tries to see the proportion of children achieving the minimum proficiency at the grade level, at grades 2 or 3, at the end of primary, right? At the end of lower primary, sorry, there is a mistake here. And this is another globally agreed benchmark that the countries have agreed, the UN countries, all of them, that we will improve on this. This was one of the SDG target, and we will report against it as we proceed into achieving the 2030 target, right? So this was 15-year targets. We are 10 years into those SDGs when these indicators were agreed on. And you saw yesterday, those of you who were available here, that where each of the country is in terms of minimum, in terms of meeting that minimum proficiency for the grade level students. But why does it matter, the SDG 411A, is because it provides globally measurable and comparable indicator for early learning. And I'm sure most of you are educationists here, or parents, or people who work in the education sector. You know that early learning matters, and as early as we can help the child to read, they can then read to learn more, right? And it helps government to track progress and blah, blah, blah. Sorry. And yeah, so in the criteria document, which is available in the folder that we've shared, you'll see that it's divided into 7 criterias. And what they cover is the content alignment, the proficiency level, the definition of it, how do we link or we standard set on an assessment, how do we ensure item quality and the technical robustness, the representativeness of where we are collecting the data from, who our target population is, the quality of the administration, and the transparency in reporting. Most of the things that are here also came up when we were doing our introductions, that you want to know about each of this, that how have we ensured this, how are we demonstrating that we meet this criteria for ICAN-ICAR. And although today's workshop is only going to be talking about bullet number 1, the content alignment, the construct validity of the ICAN-ICAR, we will be, again, scheduling some thematic webinars, but we are also publishing a lot of technical documentation on our website, parnetwork.org/ICAN-ICAR. And you will actually see how we have reported to the UIS in terms of meeting each of these criteria. What is it? So UIS needs that proof that, okay, how can you demonstrate to us that you can meet the representativeness of the data that you're collecting? How do you ensure the administration quality? So all of this is documented and available on our website. You could read through that. You could also wait for the thematic workshop, webinars, and you can reach out. We'll be happy to answer questions on that. And yesterday, we just very briefly showed you the distribution of the items that, and now we are just digging deep into ICAN-ICAR. We've established what does an assessment need to cover, what kind of alignment criteria are there, and now we will talk about how does ICAN-ICAR meet those in terms of the construct validity, right? The coverage of the items. And as Ketan was saying, the bulk of the numeracy focuses on numbers and operations. And you'll see here, there are 65% of the items in our numeracy test that focus on numbers and operations. And then we do cover the rest of the 4 subdomains within the numeracy. And for reading, it focuses on reading with comprehension. So can you understand what you're reading and comprehend it? So the bulk of the items, again, more than 50% go to reading comprehension, but the reading assessment covers holistically the precursor skills on decoding skills and the oral language comprehension. Okay. And what you see on the screen now is about reading comprehension, the reading assessment, right? And so the three domains, listening comprehension, reading comprehension, and decoding, we categorize them as international items and language-specific items. So the international items are what you see in the blue. So the listening comprehension items and the reading comprehension items, they cover our international scale. And how do we develop these items is we bring together item writers, curriculum experts, test development experts from all the countries, provide them the GPF descriptor for grade 2 meet criteria and grade 3 meet criteria, because you can see that these are focusing on grade 2, the middle column, and grade 3, we have items on grade 3 as well, under reading comprehension. And everybody writes a story accompanied by 5 questions that focus on retrieval of information, what we were talking earlier, the what, whys, and so only retrieval at grade 2. But at grade 3, we have both retrieving from the text, but also inferential questions on how does the child understand beyond the retrieval, beyond what information is looking at sounds or symbols or letters for the language, and recognizing isolated words at grade level, right? So the items are developed based on the frequency tables. So we look at the frequency table of words, the high frequency words, medium frequency word, and low frequency words. But the words that the children are exposed to through the textbooks, because that's the material that is available for the language that we want to measure, that what kind of print material children get exposed to. So we digitize the textbooks, we create frequency tables, and we pick high, medium, and low frequency words to make sure that we have a combination of 5 words on one item, on one assessment that covers these 3 frequencies. So that's how the language-specific items get developed. But for international items, like I was saying, we gather the language experts, curriculum experts, test developers to write the stories. Those stories then get translated and agreed upon. So we develop like 20 stories, and then we pick 5 stories from there, and we use double backward translation method to see how does these stories fit into different contextual, the context of different languages and different regions. And when you translate them back to the source language, do they read similar, even if not exactly the same? So we need to make sure that they stay comparable across context and across language, but at the same time, when you translate them back into the source language, they are reading, it is the same story, and everything in the story hasn't changed. So, and we'll talk about it a little bit more. And maybe now is a good time to take a small pause to see if you have any questions, now that we've seen what a reading assessment should cover, and then how do we make sure that it covers that in our ICAR. Yes, Jenny.
So you were talking about the GPF alignment. I was wondering, when you share the GPF with the national stakeholders and developing items through that, were there ever any concerns about the guidelines in the GPF, disagreement, or are people just generally happy about it? Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, yeah. So GPF becomes very strict in terms of the length of the text when it comes to international items. So for grade 2, that length is set at 40 words, 4 sentences. If you translate a source material, let's say that's Spanish, a 40-word Spanish story is going to be very short in English, and vice versa. A 40-word English story is going to be lengthier in Spanish, in Urdu, and I don't know about Hindi, but Ketan can tell us about. So one of the challenges that we face is how do we conform to those GPF norms that 40 words, 4 sentences, but needs to stay comparable. And that's an ongoing debate with the UIS and with ACER, that while we can ensure that in the source material, that length varies across languages. And we are in the process of documenting how much variation there is in terms of the length of stories when they get translated into Kiswahili, French, etc., right? And then we will see, because GPF and the UIS criteria and all the linking material that is available is heavily influenced by English, because there are heavily English speakers who write those standards and who write these documents. Yes, they get validated by countries and the ministries of education and all that, but still there is a higher influence, and that is an ongoing debate, that how do we make sure that it stays relevant for non-English speakers, for non-English languages. But yeah, that as we, I think, develop a discourse around that, I think we'll be part of it together. But yeah, Ketan has something to add to that. If somebody can get him a mic.
I think this question is also related to why you can compare comprehension across languages but not maybe something like fluency. So even in the definition of MPL, even if it is for lower grades, the MPL cut point includes comparison of comprehension questions. But we also, in our assessment, we have marked, people can tell who implemented, whether each child was able to read this text fluently, whether the child read this text accurately, completely. But those criteria we have not compared across languages because of this issue of variation in test length, right? So the comparability across languages only comes in comprehension questions so far, not in fluency. And that's the relation with it.
Thank you, Ketan. Any other questions before we move forward? Sudipto, bye.
Here. A quick question on, Ketan mentioned that most of the MPL is focusing on, the cut score is focusing on number domain, right? So just want to understand, is it just the domain that we are focusing on, or whether we are focusing on the complete test, and as the items are more in number domain, therefore the cut score is, more focusing on the number domain instead of other items. Yeah.
Yeah, so we are getting there for numeracy. So if you can hold on for a few minutes, we will get there. I want to finish on the reading, and then we can move on to the numeracy, okay? So, so what we were saying earlier, that there is an overall criteria for the tool to meet, and there's a criteria for the score points, and where we are actually putting our minimum proficiency for grade 2 level. And if you look at the table, this table again is coming from the criteria document criteria 1 on construct validity. And for reading, there are 4 main criteria, right? Number 1 is a total test length. What should it be? There should at least be 20 items. They're calling it score points. We call them items. There should at least be 20 items aligned to GPF in reading. And here, there's no restriction on at what level of GPF this should be. For each of the grade, there are 3 levels. There's a partially meets criteria, and exceeds criteria for grades 1, 2, 3 till 9, right? So there is no restriction. So there should at least be 20 items at any GPF level that should be part of the assessment. When we get to number 2, that's where they get very specific, that at least 10 of these score points should be assessing a reading comprehension domain in grade 2 of the GPF. So this is grade 2 meets criteria, not partially meets, not exceeds. So if you look at the GPF document, when you get to the minimum proficiency levels, it has 3 columns. And each of the column looks at partially meets, meets, and exceeds. So this is only talking about at grade 2 meets criteria for GPF. There should at least be 10 questions, 10 score points on that. And then there are 2 more criteria here, but if you meet the first 2, the rest of them take care of themselves. At least they did for our ICAR. But this is basically, within the reading comprehension, there are 2 subconstructs. And you can see that in the appendix. And we need to include both of those. And the remaining items can be drawn from any of the domains, which are like decoding, listening comprehension, reading comprehension. So GPF, and when it comes to the SDG 411 criteria, it doesn't really require for a reading assessment to be as holistic as ICAR is. So if we were to have 20 score points on reading comprehension only, we would still be okay. But we know through our ASER's and OVEZO's experiences that that is not how you measure reading. That's not how a reading acquisition, the acquisition of language happens. So we started with how the child learns. I have a child, 4 years old, and I know that he started talking and listening and comprehending first before he was able to recognize what a letter is, what a symbol is, what a word is, right? So that's where ICAR begins. It begins at, we read a paragraph to a child, and we ask very simple questions to see if a child is able to comprehend oral language. Then we move on to the decoding, that can they recognize symbols? Can they recognize isolated words? And then can they read with understanding? So that's where the comprehension comes in. But yeah, so if you look at the criteria which you have in your folder, you'll see that these are the 4 criteria that a reading assessment should meet to be able to report for SDG 411A. And here we have a small activity for you. And I would like everybody to have their GPF for reading open, please. If you can open the global proficiency for reading and go to the grade 2 where they start talking about grade 2 level minimum proficiency levels. And my sincere apologies for our language speakers, that this document is only available in English. Please correct me on that. I haven't seen a GPF document in French, Spanish, or Portuguese at the moment. So I am very apologetic about it, and we will see how to support you in that. But yeah, so if you can open that and get to the grade 2 meets criteria, or just grade 2 MPL, then I want you to read this story and the questions that are in that story. And if you can match those for a GPF descriptor, you will understand how the creation of these assessment items have worked. Excuse me. So raise your hands if you have opened the GPF document on your devices. I see one hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, good. And now raise your hand if you have reached the grade 2 where they start talking about grade 2 level descriptors. Very good. Now, locate where, so there's a big table that just talks about each of them and then puts X's on grades 1 to grade 9. You scroll down from there, and then they will start talking about grade 1 MPL, grade 2 MPL. So there's a page for grade 2 MPL, which will look like the screenshot that you see here on the right side of the screen. And then we can take 5 minutes to read the story and the questions, read the descriptors for grade 2, and then individually write down where you think this story and the comprehension questions lie on the grade 2 descriptor. And then on your table, you can discuss among yourselves and agree if where you have put it is where everybody on your table thinks it should be. Hello. Oh, that was very loud, sorry. I know you're having very interesting discussions on your tables, some of them at least. Have you agreed on where this story falls on GPF as a group? Can we get, yeah, Sudipto. Mike? Here.
For question 1 and 2, we agreed that these were direct fact retrievals and is aligning to R 1.2.1 meets expectation. For question 3 and 4, we were unsure if these are indirect fact retrieval or it is very closer to a simple inference because it is not directly been stated in that sentence, but we have to infer somehow that because of this the John is crying or somewhat. And question 5 again, we have agreed that this is R 1.1.1M, which is understanding of that word or getting a synonym of that word. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone who disagrees with this group? Or did we conclude the same or similar with it? Okay, great. And I'm just reminded of the time we have like 17 minutes to cover numeracy. I'm so sorry. We should have moved forward a little bit quicker. But like I started when we started the workshop, this is a culmination of 4 years of work. And there will be many more questions that you will have. And we're very happy to take them and answer them at a later stage. Okay. So in the first infographic, you just saw a simple distribution of how the numeracy items are divided into 5 subconstructs of numeracy, with a bulk of items going to numbers and operations. And everything you see here is in blue, which means all the numeracy items that we have under ICAN are all international items, and they can be directly translated and adapted, contextualized for each of the countries. So number and operation takes the bulk of it, and we'll see why in a minute. But we do include all 4 other subconstructs that GPF asks us to add. And Jenny, we will send you this presentation. Don't worry. Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. These tables are way too big to fit into one slide, but I didn't want to break them down because then it doesn't make sense. But we will send you all of this. This, I hope, is legible a little bit better than what we had earlier. And now this is coming from the criteria document, right? So there are 6 things they want a numeracy assessment to meet for us to be able to report on SDG 411A for children who meet minimum proficiency for reading, for numeracy, sorry. And again, the very first one is standard across, so at least 10 score points that an assessment should have, sorry, at least 20 score points is what the assessment should have, and 10 of those should be assessing numbers and operations at GPF grade 2 level. So you can have 20 or more. I think the more is more implicit. And then at least 10 of them should be on grade 2 meets criteria for the GPF. And then needs to cover at least 3 of the 4 non-number domains. So we cover all 4 of them. And at least 10 items that you're including should be at the non-number domain. So if you were to create an assessment that was only 20 score points, you needed to have 10 of them at grade 2 GPF meets criteria, and the other 10 on non-number operations. So you can do 2 to 2 for each, and you'll have 20 score points. Whereas what we see for our ICAN, we have 36 items in total, out of which 23 of them are on numbers and operations. And out of these 23, 10 items are on numbers operation grade 2 meets criteria. And then we have some higher and some lower. So we have some items on that are mapped to grade 1. We have, and then we have some items that are mapped to grade 3 and some on grade 4 as well. So we have 4 items on grade 3 and 2 items on grade 4. So that's how the 36 items are divided. And now we're going back to the GPF for numeracy now. And we have some tasks that we think should be grade 2 criteria. But what we would like you to do in the next 5 minutes, please, is if you can open the numeracy GPF on your devices, that's the file that you have, and you go to grade 2 criteria that the GPF requires, and you can mark each of the question, where do you think on GPF descriptor this lies on. So if we take 5 minutes, we will have 10 minutes left before we need to break. Hello. Okay, very, very quickly, have we agreed on where these questions lie on the GPF? Can we have one or two volunteers telling us their agreement? Boaz, you're being volunteered. Go back. Yeah, stay there. Anybody from here? Please, go on. Turn on the mic, please.
Yeah, cool. So we agreed that it's under 1.3.1 meeting for, sorry, not even meeting, partial, the first level. And it's because of the number of objects that we have there. So we felt that it was lying more on the first column, the partially meets, because for meeting it's actually up to 20 objects. Yeah. For question 3 and 4. Then for question 1 and 2, it falls under 1.3.1 meeting. Yeah.
You disagree with that? You disagree with your group mate? Suzipto. Okay, so what we have done, well, this is half the workshop that we planned, but what we have done till this point is how the content gets aligned with GPF. And while you've only worked with one set of items that very particularly look at MPL at grade 2, and as you know, we have many more. So for numeracy, we have 36 items. So we have to do this exercise times 36 to make sure that all the items that we have in our assessment map to GPF descriptors. So this is the content alignment of the process, which is, even if we divide it into 4 big categories, it's just one part of 4 parts that you need to do for your assessment to be ready for field testing. And as I was saying earlier, please write to us with your questions if you have very specific ones. We will very much like to organize the thematic workshops, the webinars that I've noted down, and we will keep talking about how do we measure. There are a lot of questions I would very much like to answer, but we don't have time anymore. I would really like you to go and have a health break and come back in 20 minutes at 12:40 for the final plenary. Yeah, and Ketan has something to add on that.
Just if you look at the report that we have, before we start describing the results, there is a section that says Reader's Guide. And in that section, we have documented the definition of MPL and what the cut point means. So we were talking about this in the beginning of this workshop, but in case someone wants to read exactly what we were saying and what the MPL is for SDG 411A and what the definition of cut point is, it is mentioned in the report in the Reader's Guide section before the results start. So you can go there and you can read exactly what the tool measures.
Yeah, and once you go through the report, you have questions, please do write to us, and would be very, very much like to interact with you further on any and all of these questions, and a lot of technical work that has gone into this. Would be very much happy to help you contextualize it for any new languages, new countries, new contexts. So yeah, thank you so much for your participation. And now we can take a health break of 20 minutes and be back here for the final plenary, which will last, I think, 25 minutes. And by 1, we will be concluding our session for the day. Yeah? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hello. Hello, everyone. And whoever can hear me outside the room, please do come in the room. Hello. If you can all be seated, please. Hello. So we are in the final stretch of our day. We won't stand between you and your lunch for long. We'll stand there for a very short while. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody who's come here to be with us to celebrate 10 years of collective impact that we've had as PAL Network. I'd also like to offer a few highlights that we can take away with us. And three, the crisis of foundational learning, which is, sorry. Oh. Here. So we've established through the report that we've all seen and interacted with, hopefully overnight, that the foundational learning where we wanted it to be is not there yet, right? And there is a lot of more work that we need to do. And despite the high enrollment in some countries, there are a lot of children who are still not learning. The second highlight I would like you to take away with you is the evidence that we have shown through the report and the evidence we've generated is key to drive action. And that action needs to be collective for all of us. And we've seen and we've heard through different panel discussions that there's only 47 countries who have reported on this very critical SDG 411A indicator. And the value that the citizen-led data brings through PAL Network and other citizen-led initiatives, it can serve as a valuable, credible source for information on how are our children doing on SDG 411A. Can they read with understanding and do basic math? And all the action interventions that we've talked about, they help children catch up with their peers who have already achieved minimum proficiency. And that is also as important as bringing this evidence to light. The third highlight I would like you to take with you is the commitment that we can get from the leadership, from the governments, parliamentarians, and from the senators of our respective countries is also equally important. The government's allocation of resources that every child read with understanding and do basic math. And the collaboration and this coherent systemic approach is essential in bringing all the actors that are in this room and beyond, some who joined online, bringing all of them together to do the work for children and to make sure that we move together and we move in one direction, and that direction is to make sure that every child has the chance to achieve minimum proficiency in reading and math at the very, very, very least. And with these very few highlights, I would like to invite Armando on the stage to offer a vote of thanks to the committee members who have put this together and who have played instrumental role in bringing us all together. Armando.
Good afternoon. It's 5 to 1. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? Thank you. We are happy to hear that. I must appreciate that we have a lot to thank you all of you, for your participation in this conference and for the enthusiasm that you brought to the discussions, the very deep reflections, and hopefully some good ideas on the way forward. I really wanted to express my gratitude to you for being here, not just to be, but to make this event a meaningful moment for all of us. I really feel invigorated that whatever we are doing is the right thing to do, and the path that we are following maybe is also the correct one, and we are hopefully achieving slowly the expectations or the results that we all want. So for your active and meaningful participation, I'm asking each of you to loudly clap to your neighbor to say thank you for that. Thank you, and thank you. This is a long journey, and I wanted to appreciate also the people who have been supporting us in this journey. Our donors, who are more than people who give us resources, they are really people who have been working with us, giving ideas, giving suggestions, sometimes criticizing, and allowing us to reach to all those children that we have been reaching. So, as I announce the name of our donors and partners, please appreciate them with very strong round of applause. They are not here today, but they have been with us from the beginning. Hewlett Foundation, Wellspring Philanthropy, they are here, and they maybe want to hear this louder. FCDO. Echidna Giving. The Hempel Foundation. Porticas. ECW. IDRC. The Gates Foundation. Where are my colleagues? Please make sure that I didn't forget any. Thank you all for your support. I would also like to appreciate people who, despite being busy in their organizations with their day-to-day work, they gave additional support to the organizing committee for this specific event. So I would like to call them to come here to also be appreciated by their very hard work. My friends, Edith, Priscilla, Binta, Said, please come here, please. Please. No, sí. Said. Pódio. Winnie. These people, they really did wonders. Any design that you have seen here, it went through a deep process of analysis and decision. And this team was led by Mointepi. So, my boss, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for helping us to have this wonderful event, for connecting in different time zones, for reviewing the details of the program, and to allow that we had meaningful conversations during these 2 days. I really appreciate your work. Thank you very much. Thank you. Usually I don't do this, but I'm really touched with what I'm going to do now. Because usually I think that we are a team, we are a family, and we do this together. And that's true. But sometimes I think it's also good to appreciate individuals. And there's this one person who made the assessment possible this year. Mohamed Usman, please come. Please come. I am blessed to have very good colleagues, hardworking, people who really, whenever you work with them, you know that I'm working with good people. I'm surrounded by good people. I am really a very lucky person. But what this guy did in the last 2 years is above the average. You won't believe. You won't believe that in the last 3 to 5 days, he didn't sleep. Even in the last day, at 2 a.m. on 24th, he was still working. Usman, I want to really thank you, and all the credit for this, of course, is our family result, but you made it possible. Thank you. Thank you. To all of you, our appreciation. To the PAL network leaders, you know that we have a meeting at 2. The leaders, that stands. But I wanted to share also just the 2-3 lines of what's coming next. We are in a celebration mood, but as Bela said, we have not arrived. And we will never arrive until the last child lands. So what is coming next beyond this event is that we will still go and look deeper into the data that we have. We have a lot of material. We have many analyses to do. And we're expecting to produce specific reports, specific insights in other matters that we have not discussed here. There is still huge potential of data to be explored, and we will be engaging with you in those next steps to see what the data is telling us. But there is also one very important step that is not only on our side, but to each PAL network member. The national reports. We are expecting that you will also produce your specific country reports, and you will use that to engage with your policymakers in the countries to see what are the concrete actions we need to take to improve learning. We will provide the support that we have, technical support at least, but we are counting on you in leading the process of producing your country reports as well. And we are looking forward to engage with you in that journey. We hope that those country reports will also trigger national level dialogues. Change must happen, and that change is expected to happen in your countries. So we really wish you all the best in the journey of engaging with your stakeholders in the countries and communicating the data, the evidence, and trying to find ways of solving the current problem. But we also have something special that we are starting on the 5th of January. On the 5th of January, we will start thinking about the next round of assessment. We still have at least one more round to do before 2030. And that round comes with a very special challenge to be more inclusive, to have tools that are addressing holistic learning, tools that will address assessment of children with disability, and tools that will reach the most marginalized areas, including education in emergency. That's our collective challenge for the next round of assessment that we are expecting to be in 2027 or 2028. And having you, I have no doubts that we will do it. This is our collective commitment. So with those words, I want to stop here with a hope that the next journey we will be working together. I appreciate your time, your inspiration, and for being PAL friends. Thank you very much, and have a nice lunch before you leave. For those who are lucky to leave, because I have announced for some of you, we still have a conversation to follow. Thank you very much. Thank you.